Yeah, gay streaming. We're gonna solve some fucking mysteries today. The mystery of, why do people think this is straight? I don't think people think that. I think that's not true. I've been dying to get back in, so let's just crack on in. Let's switch over. Hello. Oh, right, I need to change to the other model. Just a sec. But there we go. We got a hat on now. Yeah, it's basically like Team Fortress 2 if it was like about solving mysteries. And that's it. Is it choppy? Am I? It's like choppy, isn't it? I think part of the issue is the locomotion from tilting my head up and down. I wonder what's causing that. I'm very tiny right now, but it's just because I'm trying to figure out how to make the best setup. Unfortunately. Okay, how about this? Okay, it's not so bad. That'll do. All right. Fuck off out of here. Lo-fi beats to study and relax to. Thank you so much for being so useful for getting content. But right now, we're gonna switch on over. We're just gonna get started. We're just gonna get fucking started because I wanna know what happens. I want power and knowledge, but mostly power. But mostly no knowledge. Oh shit! I forgot Capcom makes this game. And switch over there. Well, it's mainly that one of the places that I was trying to think about going for my Japan trip, I'm planning a trip to Japan, is a Capcom store. And I was like, well, what do I really even want from a Capcom store? And then I remembered, oh yeah, this is something, huh? Give me just a second. I want to check Elite Motion settings. It needs to be a little bit lower. Okay, yeah. I'm just making sure it works. I want a surfbot head. I don't know what that is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Rari. What is with this? I'm gonna close and reopen the system because it's kind of funky. I mean, look at that. It's so choppy. What's the deal? Hey. Is it choppy? It's not so choppy anymore. Oh well, who cares? I care. What? Closing that. Reopen Sesame. Come on. Okay, it seems to be a little bit better. I think it was just part of the camera being so weird. What I'll do is I'll make myself bigger so that I can make myself smaller. I'm really a genius right now. Okay. Okay. Okay, it's working. I'll take it. Let's fucking continue. Please, God. Alright, I can also plug in my controller, because controller times. Oh wait, do I have to restart the game if I want to use my controller? Table? If I have to restart the game using Steam Big Picture, instead of just being able to plug in my controller and play, I would be so nettled. Okay, it's just... Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo! Ah, good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows! Ah, my boy. Mr. Sholmes, you're here! Oh. Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later, then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but My dear fellows, I must interject! Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, He wants to be praised. He wants to be our special boy. Sorry, I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gauntlet of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Ted, wake up, Hurley! Ba, 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 ba. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. Ah, I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in. Oh, sorry to cut in. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow. Why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me. Are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? What? I don't know! Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. That mass murderers? We killed 5 members of the aristocracy, because I can never say that word right. He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago. Now, it was all done under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Now let me read it. So this is the professor's head made of wax, and it's locked with a lock that I can't unlock. Redacted for confidentiality, pseudonym the professor, death by hanging, midnight, 17th of June. Courtney Stevens is the coroner? Is that right? Courtney Side is the coroner. There's no other, okay. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us lowly lot at the yard are just doing what we can. The shadow of the great detective, in the shadow of great detective Sholmes, of course. I fucking hate you so much, Sholmes. I hate you so much. If you had to die by hanging, I would love to see that. Well then, Professor Harebrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Trevor. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant, the trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Aye, aye. Yes, sir. This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. It's almost like there's some sort of something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. It's so weird. Who could see that coming in a case 3 case in an Ace Attorney game? The only thing that really matters, finding the truth and the innocence of my defendant. Don't forget that. You fucking... Come on. It's important. Okay, here we go. That autopsy report is fucking abysmal, though. I mean, seriously. All we know is the name of the coroner, who was a Courtney Stevens, not Courtney Scythe, the current coroner. And they just said that he died on midnight of June 17th. Really useful, Gregsy boy. Court's in session, idiots! Alright, Albert Harebrain, accused of murder, but he really didn't do it. The prosecution is ready. Hi, Kazuma. Hi, Kazuma. Hi. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zeeks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. That's probably Kazuma. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Ooh, you're so cool, Kazuma! Kazuma, you're so cool! Oh. Kazuma, you're so cool, Kazuma! Oh, I can't take it. Oh, I can't take it. He sabered off the top of the bottle of wine with a saber because he knows how to use a sword. But I've got the sword now, Kazi boy! And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves, the way he uses his sword, it couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. Oh, this is so very hard. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today. Are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearying. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick. It is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence, and settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. Alright, guys, whatever. You may begin, Lord Van Zeeks. Yeah, here we go. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed in the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. It was what? An explosion? This is an outrage! Yeah, it's pretty outrageous. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read the machine was blasted to smithers and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. Ooh, let me take a look-see there. Yeah, it does open! It do open! It shows what little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebber. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Post-explosion photograph. Sometimes you blow up, and then you act like there was no evidence of any crime there in the first place. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. Eh? As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control. Objection! As Lord Van Zeeks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. O.D. Asman. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. You motherfuckers! Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zeeks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. You fucker. Yeah, look at this asshole. Look at him. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation, hard to pin down, I would say. See that black monocle? Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you too? I had exactly the same feeling myself. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But That has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints. But that's all. And the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous— Don't fucking Windows Defender me, you jackass! Making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious! Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up. Objection! But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of stage trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But... We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you'll now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration of the... Understood. Crickety, crackety, crickety, crickety, crickety. It's got a robot here. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow? A body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what by all accounts must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in the science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation, with sufficient skill. though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by the misuse of science, of the science? Who can say? Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Let's do this shit. Fuck you, man. Anything right off the bat? I don't think so. That's true. Well, see, we didn't get the blueprints. The whole show was a fraud. It would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? No. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the Christian tower. Well, not really. Not all of them. The one guy didn't. Headfirst, you say? According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Weren't you there? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment, and since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny.
Hold it!
So you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? A very good point. No, it isn't! Shut the fuck up, Naruto! The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other. But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we will have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Both Mr. Asman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivete and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it! My professional friend Lord Van Zeeks. What on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? Murderous intent.
Hold it!
Alright. It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either, not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. He must have planned all this from the outset. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. Is that true? Alright, let's press 3 about the twin. Of course, that's it! Mr. Asman was a twin! No, he fucking wasn't. I said that earlier. Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim, but Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact. So, it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman, then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. It's not you, is it? No. No, clearly not. This, green-haired, mustachioed gentleman. Now, I wish I could look at the people. Alright, let's finish pressing everything, and then we can take a look and see. You're acquainted with Mr. Asman himself? Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular, then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Professor Hairbrain certainly has a mind like no other. There was no trick, we already pressed that. We already pressed that. We already pressed that. And we already pressed that. Okay. So, this one is the thing that, is the most likely situation. So let's take a look at the evidence. So we got this guy, glasses, mustache, green hair, and then we've got, this photograph of the balloon. It's hard to say that, but, like, his stance looks mannequin-like.
Objection!
Nope, darn it. Darn it. Okay, so... and you would also have to think again, Constructing the machine to its precise specifications, and he doesn't understand the scientific principle behind it. No twin. But he was thinking about the possibility of a body double, or someone who looked similar. And the science wasn't flawed. Wait, actually, did I press 2 and 5? I'm not sure now. It is, okay. Yeah, okay, alright. the Reaper being attacked. Not the crossbow, not the balloon. This is just the dead body of the guy. And this is he died. And there's a screwdriver. There's a photograph, but it doesn't count. No. Nothing in that picture. See, this picture seems like it would be useful for the... It was no trick, right? But...
Objection!
Yeah, no, I wasn't feeling strongly about that either. This whole exchange has been jarring. How did they do the double? Was it the waxwork head?
Objection!
No, it wasn't the waxwork. Damn it! No. No, 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 no. No, no. 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 Oh, maybe. Maybe this instead?
Objection!
No! Darn it! I'm caught thinking here. I got no brains tonight. No. Apparently not. Well, might as well save. Should have saved before I lost all those health points, but you know, I guess it's fine. Okay. I don't know. If it was no trick, then I was that, but I already presented that. Would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? No. Well, there's also this. It wasn't everything.
Objection!
Okay. Unfortunately, I don't know what to present. See, this seems important. This doesn't seem so important. I want to look up a guide, because this seems a little bit silly at this point. I don't think I'm missing anything too obvious. Oh my god. God damn it. That's... There's damage on the base of it.
Objection!
And that's the issue. God damn it. The cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Yeah, it fell. I agree, the damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Yeah! Good gracious! Explain yourself, witness. If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower.
Objection!
But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection!
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though, to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually. It wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zieks. This witness is clearly a swindler and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah, yes, and there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? Alright, Drebber, what's your fucking point? We better continue. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. We must treat the matter scientifically, after all. I nearly had him there. Doing a little robot jig. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. I mean, the balloon. The balloon. The balloon. This balloon. This balloon right here.
Objection!
Really? Motherfuther. I didn't save. Because I'm stupid.
Objection!
Alright. Let's get through this. I'm mashing! Ah!
Objection!
Oh, come on. I wish that this had the, like, function that other visual novels have, where you can literally just, like, hold to just skip way faster than this. Just straight up speed up every other animation, too. I don't need to see him do the wave anymore! Okay, finally. Alright, here we go. Firstly, save. Secondly, going to present the balloon on this evidence.
Objection!
Really? No? The balloon, obviously, is the answer here. The balloon. The balloon. Then...
Objection!
Okay, then it's this photograph where you just... This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. Oh, interesting. So, would Drebber have just pushed off the real birdcage with the guy inside? Just pushed it off of the edge there? We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. Yeah. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No! It can't be! Masaka! Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place to which you are referring on the same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could have possibly fallen the ruck was 30 feet. Oh. Oh! From the experimentation stage onto the ground. Save here, because I think that I'm on the right spot, but I might be above or below, and that would be silly if I had to reload from
Take
there.
that!
The place I'm referring to is here, but that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage, but what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Oh, go on, counsel. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. It hurts so much when you got the truth. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two!
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone! Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated. Immediately! Mr. Drebber! It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the 2 bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Hairbrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asmund's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber! Wah! Wah!
Objection!
Ooh, you're so cool, Kazuma! You're so cool, Kazuma. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions. The prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely. What? But I like my argument. Your argument fails to hold water on 2 counts. 2? Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. Ah! And the second flaw in your assertion is the distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Van Zeeks? The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all I thought it was supposed to be remunerations. It's remunerations from government grants or other income? I thought it was like, okay, remunerations, okay. 30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. Wah! Damn. Oh, I'm so sad now. It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zeeks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. Gimme. It's true. Is it true? Blah, 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 blah. Mr. Drebber may only hold this right on the condition that both contracting parties are alive. It's interesting that they have the signatures here. Let me do some signature analysis real quick. He's got the fucking Disney D in his signature. Drebber does. Looking like a G-ass. O. Asman. Yeah. Investor, Mr. Odie Asman, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, fund labor and materials for the construction of the spread with the Yeah, alright. If Trevor had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There's one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. Huh? There were 2 birdcages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruto, and I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too. Thanks, Usato. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Cut. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
It's so possible every day of the week that you're the culprit. Oh my god, dude. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage, yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself. It points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice!
Objection!
That's horseshit! You can't just make up people! An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. I'll have your fucking head. Okay, but I'm right, though. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? Yeah, sure, why not? One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear. As a lawyer. So what's my stance gonna be? Did Drebber have an accomplice? Or not? Name the accomplice. Ooh, that's tougher, isn't it? It wouldn't have been Odie Asman. It wouldn't have been any of these guys. And it wouldn't have been Lestrade. Good for her, she's 18 now. I think she was 17 in the last game, I don't know. I'm not gonna back down. You never back down, but I don't know. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the 2 bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. Alright, is it gonna be the coroner? My lord, you have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. Let's save. I think it might be the coroner. It might be the coroner. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice? Am I really going to accuse the coroner of Scotland Yard of murder? Hell yes I am! Let's go! Eat shit! Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. It'll be fine, dude. Thanks, Miss Usato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. All right then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Council, now. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. What the blazes are you talking about? Dr. Scythe? The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim? We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. Oh my god! This is crazy as fuck, dude! You got a nerve, lad! Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud! I didn't mean to. I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal! My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? The waxwork! The waxwork! And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of body double of Mr. Asman. That's true. My argument is that there were 2 bird cages and there must also have been 1 person inside each. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? Present evidence. Oh, I should have saved before doing it. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double. Good gracious, evidence? I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. Which means that any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was... I'm taking a save. Yes, I'm taking a save. I'm not going to override, though, because I think I might need to save beforehand. This is my last slot. Damn.
Take that!
Really?
Objection!
Really? It was the waxwork. Yeah, I know. I know he's suggesting that we die together. I get it. I understand. You want me to die. It's okay.
Take that!
Mr. Asman was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, okay, it was the head. That contains something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the Crystal Tower. Yes, counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was, in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mr. Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, it's the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there!
Objection!
What the fuck is that? Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting waxworks? Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. Saving. I got it right, so I'm saving. Yeah, I don't care. I'm a coward. I'll take that. What? Just days before Professor Harebrained performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebber? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman.
Objection!
Yeah. No, what are you objecting to, idiot? Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? The witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist, that he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience, and that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait! I've got a piece of glass! My lord, I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Very good, in that case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty!
Kill me!
Nah, she's got her corn. Her corn's her thing. Ba 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 ba. It's not my fault you don't know how science works, guys. I knew that was going to happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. Alright, summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime which you've been charged. Wait, what? Oh, the crime is charged. Okay, I think we got it that time. The crime charge. Okay, crime charge. Got it. I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. I have seen no rigorous proof that the waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. Accusing someone without outright evidences is not a proper job, is he? I won't have it. So I've got the glass piece. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asman's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. It's so crazy, it's right! can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. All right. So, I forget how to do this. Don't worry, we'll figure it out. We got this. We're good. We got it. Press. The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason. I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. What's wrong with that? Kinda sus, buddy. 40-odd years. That's even more than I thought. We've only had a Metropolitan Police Service in town for 70 years, you know? Of course, times have changed. Public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did, forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now, and she spearheaded the revolution. Dr. Scythe, you mean? That's right. About 10 years ago now it was, when I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team. And a woman no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you. Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air? We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim we were, full of vim. That's coming across loud and clear.
Hold it!
Why is it utter nonsense? Well, we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to this case, is it? You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. Oh. That's right. That woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh. I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around.
Hold it!
Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True. As it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic? A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know. Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. One does wonder. They're best friends. They were college buddies. They gay. Yeah, they gay. This woman's right. She knows. She knows they gay. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. Okay. Let me try presenting the coroner's report, because I think that would be good, because the name is Courtney something else, so why not, you know? Oh, I can't present evidence specifically. I would have to find it naturally, I think. Okay.
Hold it!
What sort of problems? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
Excuse me.
We make your life difficult, you son of a bitch! I'll shoot you right now! are you calling a mass murderer? I got confused because I heard you look like him. Oh, right. Ottermole, the murderer from the police. I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny? Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do. Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this! What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. A coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. She was the best of the best, and the apple of the force's eye. Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Ah, sorry. Got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Her maiden name? So that was before she was married. Of course, yes. Silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it? Stevens? I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Well, yes. I don't see why not. Let's make sure we save. Because now we know that she was connected with the dead body in the waxwork.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel? So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed the connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But, oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murderer known as the Professor. Okay. Okay, alright. Sorry, I just had a moment because, so there's this funny little this funny little YouTube video series on the internet, called Puppet History. And there's a little blue guy there, and he's the professor. And he's a little puppet, and he tells you all about history. And now he's a mass murderer. Okay, alright, that's it. That's all I got on that.
Take that!
But take that. I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. The But the man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens? Strike a light! It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't, in fact, resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. you would want to get all these juicy deets.
Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. I'll show you by doing what you want to do. We'll get to the bottom of this fuckery.
Where? Press. What? Where? Oh.
Hold it!
I clicked on OBS, I think.
That I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person. But if waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
And the point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
That perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Yeah, I have evidence. Here's that glass piece that I've been trying to present for the past, hour.
Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. This piece of fucking glass.
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass.
We found in the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
The Crystal Tower? Holy smoke! Holy shit!
Exactly, the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass.
From whence this small piece originated.
Is that it? Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it.
Based.
In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter.
In that case, juror number 4, you'll amend your statement now, please. Do I have to pit these two against each other? That seems silly, but I'll do it.
Objection!
Here's the evidences. If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me? You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest. Of course you don't.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further.
Yeah! The scales of justice have been balanced. Ah, well, me too then. Sorry? This brainy gentleman says he's right, and he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears. Success, if you can call it that.
Thank you, counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty, against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. And the trial must continue. We did it! Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory. Another close fucking call. Objection! Oh, no objection from Mr. Vampire Pants? Alright, whatever. I'll take it. Used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. It's actually the professor that links Mr. Drummer and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. The truth, sir. By using evidence and testimony. If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. The owner? Madame Tuspels. Oh, I really thought that Lord Van Zieks would object to this whole line of an inquiry. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yeah? What's good? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. Okay. I don't care. Is the truth in there at the bottom of Pandora's box? Then open that shit up, baby. Crack it open. Crack that motherfucker open like a cold one with the boys. Yep. Madame Tuspels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. Alright. Juicy. Oh, to be continued. Alright. We're gonna get that intermission now, but luckily I also get all my fucking health back because of that stupid thing earlier. I didn't like having keep on save and redo. So let's just save here. Yeah. Trial part 3. Here we go. I've got the heaviest fucking keyboard in the world, baby! Ah, the knight errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time! Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator, at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense! What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look anything like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear friend, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes? In what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zieks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes. In fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. Excuse me.
Whoops. It's always just so funny when it's just like, hi, it's me, the person you accused of murder. And it's just like, oh shit. That's not the right scene, is it? Yeah, well. But it's, you're just like, hi, it's me, the person you accused of murder. Oh, I didn't know. It's fine.
Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe, nay Stevens.
What the fuck is that word? I've never seen that word before.
Good day to you.
Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you.
What in particular, pray?
You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you?
Why would you assume such a thing?
Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth... That's cowardice! You fucking bitch! I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean?
There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not.
Huh?
Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits!
I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much, buddy boy.
Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
All right, I understand. Thank you.
Good, I shall make myself scarce then.
Bye!
I put a bar of caramel earlier, so I've been gnawing at you on that as you gnaw away at the truth.
Can you submit that as evidence? I'd like some too. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. But it's not the final chapter, is it? If it was, it'd be case fucking 5. There's 2 more cases. I think. Probably. Anyways, hey Professor, what's good?
The prosecution is ready, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectations. As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zieks?
My lord?
Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels?
Not at all. She's in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned.
Very well, bring in the witness.
At once, my lord.
Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. Let's do this shit.
Oh!
State your name and occupation for the court, please.
My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I am a waxwork artisan, and the proprietress of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon.
Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world.
Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face?
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model? Kidnapped?
Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman.
But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd!
Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
Quel dommage. You fucking shithead. It would seem you're unaware of the Tuspels principles.
What principles?
The family Tuspels have always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity, et voilà our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Tuspels waxwork from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tuspels family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually, at the guillotine site. You're correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Tuspels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask? Oui, the true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspels special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model, and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure. Pleasure.
Give us that testimony.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tuspel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment.
I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
Interesting.
The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this?
Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, eh?
So you truly saw it? The face of that monster?
Naturally, I was aware at the time that its identity was a secret. But to spells would not be to spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. This special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. Hey, what the shit? Hey, what the fuck, man? Odie Asman! He was the sketcher? The sketch artist here? It is the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitnesses who saw it. Oh, Asman. Oh, hey, look, it is Queen Victoria. For the Great Blaze, John Henry Anderson, Balmask, The Great Stink, Parliament, just a foul issue. Man, everything. Mad Sheep Rampage, Oxfordshire, Charles Darwin to receive the Copley Medal, and Rise from the Grave, Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison. Professor forced off his grave cover as he clawed free from the young man on the verge of raising the sheep when in the a gunshot suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. Oh my god! Holy shit! Okay, so the professor rises from his grave, and then someone shoots him to death again? Jesus Christ. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I've reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident of the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counts for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination. I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. And I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together!
Okay. Alright, here we go. Yes. Who was the gravedigger?
Hold it!
Surely that's illegal, isn't it? It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record his history. It is the raison d'etre of us to Spell's museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor.
Realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret!
I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close.
Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame.
That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse? Oui, exactement. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time.
Hold it!
Why was it such a long time? You were there longer than you expected to be? I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently, his chin would not align itself correctly. So he was dead? But no, he wasn't. He must have just been knocked out. That night, I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. When I take the impression of the visitor to cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is because of rigor mortis. Rigor mortis? It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work. Ugh, it's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information the courts just heard from Madame Dispels.
It's significant! It's always significant! It's never not been significant!
Would you mind including it in your formal testimony about rigor mortis? Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. I like the joke, Sasato. That was funny. Rinosuke, you're stick in the mud. Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Yes, sir. Before the onset of rigor mortis. But what time was it actually? Because death by hanging confirmed at midnight, June 17th. Eyewitness article on the night of his execution. The night of his execution. June 17th on midnight, death by hanging confirmed. The night of execution. It would seem silly. Just behind the present, on the night of the foul demon's execution, the newly interred professor forced off the grave cover as he clawed free of the earth. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when the next second a gunshot rang out. Resident student dorms. This is Monday, June... Ah! Come on! Oh, Krakatoa erupted. Alright. If Krakatoa... Alright, okay. Let's do some fucking research, alright? When did Krakatoa erupt? Krakatoa eruption. No, that's in 1883. What's the list of all Krakatoan eruptions? The 1883 eruption is the big one. Okay. How about the Balmask Great Blaze? Let's see. Frederick Guy. Nope, that's not right. Frederick Guy. An English businessman and opera manager who was very... John Henry Anderson. Fire. The Great Wizard of the North. Nope. All right. When did Darwin get the Copley Medal? Darwin Copley Medal. Awarded the Copley Medal by the Council of the Royal Society in November 1864. And if this is October, this makes sense. So 1864 is when this happened. Yeah, that lines up with the Guy stuff. So, 1864 calendar. Back in 1864. Oh, but this was 10 years before this, so this would have been 1854. Country, United Kingdom, show calendar. All right, calendar for United Kingdom, 1854. June 17th is what they said? So June 17th would have been a Saturday. So this would have been the Monday paper the day after. So June 17th, midnight. June 17th, midnight, he's executed. And then he's put in the ground on the 18th, and then he comes back on the night of the 18th, and it's published in the 19th paper. That was stupid. Why did I do that? Okay, no, she also did it at dawn. Okay, so that's the information, is that dawn approached. So if he was dead at midnight... Yeah. Interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all this means more to Lord Van Zieks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting, anyway. Yes, as do I. After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well, in his dead brother. Alright, I'm gonna save here because I think I can just present the autopsy report that says he was dead at midnight. Because I think I can. Present autopsy report. Dead at... No, darn it! Then let me press more, because that's what I should have done, really. It was silly of me to think that I could do anything but press everything.
Hold it!
You say that dawn was approaching? What was the time of day then? Approximately. Well, I could not say, but when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible. The execution took place on 17th June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. "4:40 in the morning. That really is early. The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too?
You certainly appear to go on extraordinary lengths for your work, madame.
I wonder, is what you just said particularly significant?
It's significant.
Yeah, it's both significant. All right. So if the sun, you're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I meant by significant. But yeah, that's true. 4:40 a.m. sunrise, I would never be able to go to sleep. With pleasure, my lord. So the half hour before sunrise means that it would have been 4:10-ish until 4:40. And that's far after the 3 hours when rigor mortis should have set in. The professor was not dead. Save. I will never stop save scumming. I might.
Objection!
Really? Really? But it is. And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but ones that no Londoner would ever forget.
All right, I know just what you're talking about, I think.
Of course, it couldn't be anything else.
Yes, that story will never disappear.
The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. Okay. The corpse climbed out of his own grave? And then somebody shot him? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? Oui, the special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madame, might I say something? Please go ahead, Mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often, rumors contain elements of the truth. Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery. After the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging, I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead. No, he won! No, he won! No, he fucking won!
The condemned man suffered the intended fate.
He's still alive, he's still out there!
Hold it!
Is that true of every waxworking museum, then? It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know. What sort of letters? When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Comme ça. No! A museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals a symbol of status even. And because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor.
Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse.
There are no exceptions to the principles of two spells. Alright. Let me do the loop around. I want to see this again. That's all I have to go on. Work to the clue. Yep. Creating a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. It's before the onset of rigor mortis. However, that shouldn't be the case. Let's save again. That shouldn't be the case because of the death should have happened at midnight. He should have been rigored by the time of his mortis.
Objection!
Yeah, there we go. Madame to spells. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Quoi? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating her wax impression just before dawn, and at the time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. No! Ugh! If Professor indeed died, then by the time you're sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. Oui, yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong!
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd.
In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible!
Ora! Ora! Counsel, this is beyond folly! Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place. By heck! Extraordinary! Not in my day!
Objection!
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact.
What fact?
The professor died that night, without question.
He did? Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at...
Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case?
It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and the one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. The article, right? Because it's Odie Asman who died, and he's the one who wrote the thing. Actually, let me check the history. Let me just double check.
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor, published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. Mais oui. The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
Objection!
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen this utterly incredible offense take place? Yes, my lord. Oh, sorry. My fucking tracking died because my phone died. So give me 1 second to turn off the AR iPhone tracking. So it returns my face to normal at least. Because I gotta finish this fucking case. And let me also plug my phone in, because I gotta charge my things. Come here, you. Oh, why are cords so short now? Ugh. God damn. I'm back. Cables are so short for lightning charging cables. It's crazy. Anyways. Yes, my lord. You could say that he's right here before my very eyes. You'll substantiate your latest claim now, then, counsel. It's Drebber. It's been Drebber.
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber? The previous witness? The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Order! 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 Surely not, counsel. Drebber was there in Lowgate Cemetery? What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tuspels doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No! But that would mean... Madame Tuspels, it would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber. Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? Oh my! Good gracious! Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, of course. Man, this fucking witness. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. Ugh, that was terrible. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. Okay, there we go.
is a Taily Circus. It is the paper from which one comes the article I have already shown the court. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article?
Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms.
Unbelievable. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery of the dead in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see, so you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactamente. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. Interesting. Okay, yeah, and what's this pause about? So 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today, even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asmund, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Scythe would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why?
Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying?
Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double.
Ah! No! It makes sense! Oh!
My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected.
But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us so herself, didn't she? Yeah, she told us. Long her strong heart forbade it. Please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me.
Oh, I'm gonna! Oh, I'm gonna!
Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago, and surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped! Yeah! That's what I'm fucking talking about! Go, you shitty man! But Lord Van Zeeks! The missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
I fucking hate that son of a bitch! The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me.
Yes!
Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. Those motherfuckers. They killed my brother! I'm so mad about it! Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. All right then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. Now I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Yeah, boy. Yeah!
Oh, hey. Matter dispels, you're still here. Alright. Sick. Thank you for your attendance on such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Damn, motherfucker's mad. He's actually malding. Mr. Trevor, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer, known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court, tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was the student who saw it? You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Tussauds, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, was he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, and in a court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. Don't you fucking dare! Don't you do it! Don't you do it! She's staring daggers at him, and he's like, yeah? Alright, whatever. Who give a shit? Fuck you! You're bad at your job. Bad at life. Bad at game. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course. As you wish. Shrug. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the Professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. What? What? Uh-huh. Wait a minute! You're claiming you didn't actually see the Professor now? Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead. But, so you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. Ah! If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument? Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? No. That's right, grave robbing to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so among students at the university it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? That's not cool. Exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Wasn't that mentioned in the paper? Nick Drebber. No. Oh well. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposers. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish. Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now. The reporter, the artist, was Odie Asman! And that's your motive!
Hold it!
Alright. The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead? I started big with the London news, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name, so I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration? Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So, the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate, then? Well... Thinking back now, I realize that I never actually saw the professor at all. Hey! What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. And as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it! I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo. I know. I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Okay, the camera, maybe?
Hold it!
Give us more details about the newspaper. This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus? Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night. I was digging up graves, hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was inexorably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. You created various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology, and you used those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Scythe's path that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Drubber and Dr. Scythe are working together now, then if Drubber were to betray her, there'd be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. Yes, Smith and Naruto, exactly. Okay, alright, okay. Alright, I'm gonna present the camera. Here, because I think that's the key here.
Objection!
No, it isn't! Dang it!
Hold it!
I wish I could prove that it was Osmond. You mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. The lantern and spade. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital. A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Alright, damn, that's fucked up. He regrets to this day that it ended the way that it did.
Hold it!
That young woman being Madame Tuspels, of course. Precisely. I must say I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article and... Comme ça, I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student, barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made, and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui. I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas? Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madame? His camera. It was the camera! Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion to any cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir? To what end? To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting the graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see. But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Halls. I am very meticulous about such details. It is a Dispel's way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Grubber took with him to Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Now I can present the camera. Darn it. Yes. The circumstances have changed. Yes. I don't care. I want to put him in the fucking ground. I want to bury him with evidence showing his wrongdoing. Eat this camera, asshole.
Objection!
Damn it! Did I press on this yet? Yes, I did. Okay, so I've pressed on 4, 5, 1. Yeah. I have no memory of this. I've got the fucking camera. We've pressed this. We've pressed this. And we've pressed this. We've got the article from Asman talking about this. What proves that you saw him? I certainly never imagined a piece of evidence would be on display in Madame Dispel's. She's very keen on everything being as true to life as possible, though, isn't she? Okay, but the issue is, you did see the professor, and what happened in the article did happen. How do I prove it? How do I prove it? There's the camera, obviously. There's the fact that his hair went white. Do I present the article here?
Objection!
I present the article here, okay. Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. But I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. Oh! A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Ugh. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. It was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. Oh, okay. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard... a lowly student of the University of London, certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in the illustration. Ah! Order! Order! Well, Mr. Drebber? See, I thought it was just like a weird face. Didn't even look like an iron mask to me. It's a vile scene, isn't it, if you look closely? Yeah, this doesn't look like an iron mask. Well, a little bit. Those kind of resemble bullets, but they also resemble fucking just boils. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified, which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, only too happy to oblige. Fucking, I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work.
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself? Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. His anonymity, wouldn't you say? That's horseshit! In the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Ah, yes, well, I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter. Yeah, Madame Tuspels? Madame Tuspels, don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Oh la la! Pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? Is it because he's full of fucking shit? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. The fucking liar. If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot.
Stop! You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Grr.
Please, Madame Tuspels, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man.
I said nothing of the sort!
No, you were very explicit about the details. About the masks that the figure was wearing.
And the blood that spattered over you when he was shot. Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making all this up!
Uh-oh.
That will do! Mr. Drebber!
Yes?
You refute the account just given by Madame Tuspels? I have no recollection of ever saying those things.
Come on, do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
Right.
I do like that cool-down animation. Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with the statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well. There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any spattering blood. Oh yeah? Eat this fucking camera, you asshole! Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is a camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end to some on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? There! Just on the bellows! It looks like a dark red stain. Oh! That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting... Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tusspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with the blood from the gunshot wound. Well, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb! Gah! There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone? Yes, my lord, and clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor's coming back to life to be exposed. Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? Dr. Courtney Scythe! The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe? What? Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who had been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor, that would be an unprecedented scandal!
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain. But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean... I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asmund with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Gah! Leg! Lord Van Zeeks! Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me! It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger? And dispose of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it.
To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits, too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no?
There is the contract, that's very true.
The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't the money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? Fucking Kazuma, sick dodge. Don't you fucking throw wine in my goddamn face. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. All right, who exactly was Mr. Asman to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. I've got it, I know. Yes, my lord. The evidence that established motives and explains by the victim, that is right here. The 10-year-old article.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago. And every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should never have been written! It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing! Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead. What other evidence?
Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay.
Which, when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes the motive for the deed. It's the motherfucking contract. It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link. That shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asman. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract?
Take that!
What these 2 pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
A signature?
The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person! What? As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom.
Let me see now. Good lord, yes! They're identical! In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman. Fall to your knees.
Objection!
But explain to the court why! Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. Exhibiting fresh courses, it's reasonably lucrative, and then because of the... It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grades to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Yep. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough! Stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research, but they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other, after all. Good gracious! Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you! And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave the university because I lack talent? The trophy?
Take that!
You obviously have talent. Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Ugh! Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Counsel? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious! Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. Ugh. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is...
killed it! Yeah. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now.
What?
I admit it. All of it. What?
What are you doing?
It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No.
Good Lord!
What the fuck? Hey, what the fuck is going on?
Dr. Scythe! Do you realize what you're saying, woman?
It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night, 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. That's interesting.
Why on earth would you buckle now?
Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then?
I admit nothing! At all!
What?
Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong.
No! Damn, what the fuck, dude?
Order! Order! Order!
Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zeeks? Yes? I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course.
I have heard more than enough now! I hereby present the final findings of this court.
What?
This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain.
Very true. It had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends?
As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
You mean...
At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection?
And nope. Congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss.
Nope. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? Yes. The truth. In reality, in a real court system, you would just take this fucking silver platter of a goddamn testimony. You would take it, you would bring it to your face, and you would just eat it up. However, this is Ace Attorney, and the issue is, the case as a whole for the Professor case is still open. There's a big secret, and we don't... Drebber isn't admitting to his guilt.
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
We demand one final testimony.
What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume?
What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Yeah, but we're insane, we're crazy, we're doing everything. Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight. Ah, yes, one word of warning before I go. Oh, right, Sholmes's. Don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. You didn't give us the full truth about the death of the professor. You just said it was a big secret and it's come out and I'm finished. That's all you said. You didn't actually provide what the fuck happened that night. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Ha! In cases that escape your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Ooh! Shut the fuck up! Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it? What is your objection, Lord Van Zeeks? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid! If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You'll what? Lord Van Zeeks, we're buddies, we're pals. This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Okay. I mean, fine. Whatever. It all began in that scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated by the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation to address the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. And what's the secret? Why don't you say it? So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption! Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. You must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. You believe that or does it's clarified everything? There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? Gotta be thorough. I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm pressing everything, first and foremost. Just because you objected to this testimony, you're gonna get pressed to hell and back. Well, the note said, right, from what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea of who was behind it? There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer. So, no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it? I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse has bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zix. I'm well aware of that. So as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body? The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note instructions, was beneath the experimentation. Hold it! So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick, then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower, and the waxwork, I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such directions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Drebber, and returned to Madame Tuspel's. I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage? Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail? The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant. Hold it! Yeah? What was those ways? I presume you mean with this? Yes, the instructions in the engineer's notes said something along the lines of, fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Asmund. So, you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage, and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word. What is it, Mr. Sato? Something about Dr. Scythe's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Okay, how so? I'm curious. So, the screwdriver... Right, take it with both hands, plunge into the chest of the man. The man was stabbed there, on that side. Through his kerchief. And the birdcage must have been opened at the time in order for that to have been the case, really. So what does Usada say is playing on her mind? The last statement? Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe! There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh? Which part? What she did to the victim or the real cause of death? Let me check the court record again on the autopsy report. The fake one. Oh, it was this one? Okay. Odie Mail, Courtney Scythe. Death around 2:20 p.m. Hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart. Broken vertebra most likely resulting from impact after a sudden fall from considerable height. A broken vertebra. Singular. And they say that was in the neck. But if that's the case, then he might have been alive, because you can break one of your vertebra. Not usually. Not a lot. But... let me check the history. The actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. Something about Dr. Scythe's statement is playing on my mind. The part of what you did to the victim, or the real cause of death. Interesting. I don't know. Because I think that the real cause of death is what she did to the victim. I think she killed him. I think he was not alive. I think he was alive when she killed him. So I'm gonna save. So... in terms of her testimony... you've had that ... from what was the real cause of death. Fine, if that's what you want. Just stop yelling, please. The prosecution concurs. If you wish, my lord. The actual cause of death was the neck trauma Asmund suffered from the 30-foot fall.
Hold it!
You're quite sure of that? It was as a result of a broken neck? Yes. As a professional, that was more than apparent. You'd never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you? No, that's very true. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts. Yes, assuming they can be trusted. How do I prove that it wasn't... Or do I change it? Yeah, this is the birdcage that actually fell. Is that red on purpose? There's that cushion. And the damage to the base. Unfortunately, we can't investigate the void beneath the stage at this point in time. And I don't have any evidence that would particularly point to her. So what I'll do is I'll load the other one and see what it's like over there. About what she did to the body. How you stab Mr. Osmond in the chest? It's that part. Fine, if that's what you want. But there's really no need to point. The prosecution concurs. He is also pointing. Fuck you. If you wish, my lord. You mean that juicy deets about how you stabbed him? I steered the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest.
Hold it!
So it was you who stabbed Mr. Osmond with this? Yes, far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given. As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. You stood over the victim's body in the cage and plunged a screwdriver into the chest.
Hold it!
Let's keep on pressing other statements. I want to see if there's anything else. In perverting the course of justice? My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare talk chivalry? It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. Ugh. Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruto. You mustn't let her win. I need a lawyer. I am a lawyer! I'll take that silence as tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on? No, you're going to jail.
Hold it!
But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. And your precious secret is out now anyway. Yes, as you say, and I take full responsibility. Blow me down! Dr. Scythe! Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret? No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination. I nearly froze under that cold stare as she said that. I do believe she was being genuine, though, Mr. Naruto. So that's her story. She's admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could really be much more to it. Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruto? The truth is, I find it strange too. How those two are reacting to this in complete opposite ways, I mean. Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. Let me save and present the autopsy report here, because she said that that's the only thing she changed in the autopsy report was the location of the body. I don't know.
Objection!
Nope. All right. It's fine. I'm gonna look up the guide. Really? Is that it? The blood is dripping down his chest because that means he was upright when he was stabbed, instead of toppled over as she claimed. However, that's fucking stupid. His pecs are enormous, and I could just as well see the blood flowing that way, just him lying down that way. That's dumb.
Objection!
I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from
Objection!
it. Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement? Blade.
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downwards direction towards the man's feet. And why is that significant, Counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Of course! No, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after a 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage at that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to form the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture, it's inconceivable! Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication! Oh, shit. I knew it! I was right! Now I've identified the contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts! We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe, you claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie! Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man? Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is! Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony? Sorry, a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks, change the scenes. You did that, you did that, you did that. But the fake autopsy report, it was true because you killed him. Wrote this report based on your findings. But that's a blatant lie, isn't it? I'm sorry, but I simply can't fathom what you're attempting to say. The truth is, you had your subordinates do the work for you, and they authored the report. But then you wielded your superiority over them and claimed the credit for yourself? Yes, I can honestly say that's not what happened. Whoops. Well, good. Glad to hear it. What on earth was the purpose of that exchange, Counsel? Will this farce never end? But there's no question the coroner's testimony was built on a tremendous lie. The stabbing of the victim? Yeah, okay. The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible! The man was dead, remember? No! That is the misapprehension. Ugh. No! No, it can't be! When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage! Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. Ooh shit, ooh shit. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Yeah. Ah. Oh! Mr. Odie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain. Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe! Ah! Order! 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 Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end, before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up! You're so desperate now, you're making all this up, as if I would do something like that.
Objection!
Objection! I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha! Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. But there is no known connection to Dr. Scythe there. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Not the head. There's not the camera. No. Not the camera, not the glass, not the trophy. Maybe the head? Maybe the fact that it's the professor? Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report, but murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
No, when you questioned what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What? Is it the fact that Asman also knew about the, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. What did we see? Wait, there's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. Scalpels? Oh, yeah, the 500 extra scalpels that she was buying. That she was supplementing. She's stealing money for Asman. It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels. Did you say scalpels? It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You! Come on, out with it! It was yesterday, when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here. Yeah. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange. They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500 scalpels a month? At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant, it's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Her darkest secret? Good Lord, you mean... I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might to silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. Bang. You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. Yeah, give me that juicy, juicy breakdown. Come on. Come on. Come on. Is that it? Okay. I would have expected more. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape on punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis? I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's.
They make me sick! I can't abide their foolishness!
Careful, Mr. Trevor. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Fucking finally, revenge for the future that Mr. Asmund's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asmund, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork camp comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model, in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmund turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye, about the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learnt that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him, for revenge, and have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. Yeah? Your actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis, but you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. Now he's sad because he realized that, oh, I shouldn't mess with other people's livelihoods. Oh, fuck it. What of Dr. Scythe? What's up with her? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Trevor. Attempted murder for Trevor, and conspiracy to commit murder. She's made great contributions to the profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain. Oh, yes? It seems there's a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you're absolved of all guilt. This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. I've been, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Professor. I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I.
No, Professor. That's not true.
What?
Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way.
Lord Van Zieks.
And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices.
Oh. Thank you, Barrick.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections? None from me, my lord.
Certainly not.
This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over?
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Damn. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant
not guilty. Yay! Innocence! Let's go! Thanks, Sholmes.
Court is adjourned.
Whew! Alright, so, all we're left with is the fact that the professor didn't die. And then he was shot. That means that he's been murdered. And we don't know who. That was some trial. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is, it is! Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Mr. Naruhodo, Miss Usato, I'm truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realized you were just caught up in a bad situation. Ah! Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny! Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so we don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Oh dear, oh, what can I do? Aha! How about this as a memento? The paper about my hypothesis is inside. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you. I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now? No, oh my. Yes, what am I gonna do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the Great Exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't allow that. Lord Van Zieks! What are you doing in here? Merrick!
I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert.
Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey.
You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution, or the defense.
Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? I always knew that you had my best interests at heart. Don't worry. Ah, how about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. But no! Hold on a minute, Barrick! What about the Great Exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me! I want to look around! No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barrick. Lord Van Zeeks. What's all this about? A necessary precaution. Yes, I think I understand. You do? You do? Well, Iris told me that when you meet Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, that when you met Lord Van Zeeks, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well. Even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. Ah! You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. But Barrick! Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once! Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness, was it your intention all along then, Lord Van Zeeks? In court where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Ah, yes, all right. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything! Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany! Anyway, goodbye for now! Toodaloo! Bye! Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? Do you want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. That is strange. The enigma, Barrick Van Zeeks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes, then. Is this going to be the to be continued, or are we going to have to go into the courtroom first? Courtroom first? Courtroom first. Okay, alright. I'm getting quite warm. So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagined you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now, I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? The professor. He was Japanese! I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Oh, if it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Of course, I remember Dr. Mikotoba well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese. So, you've actually met my father? He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work, and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all this time. In plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very well have ended up at war. What? A war between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my! You mean to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
I'm autoplaying this
Time
shit.
for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
Clink.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Kazuma! Kazuma! Kazuma? Kazuma? Hey, Kazuma! Hey, Kazuma, what's good?
Father.
What? Father? Kazuma! After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
Cosmo, you're so pretty. You're so pretty,
He stood
dude.
there before me. Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh,
Yeah, your cool sword. Here you go, buddy. Your spirit, your soul.
Karuma. The great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations. When we left Japan,
Ooh.
this sword was at my friend's side. The Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it.
Okay, but if
But then, when the incident happened,
it's the Asogi clan's sword, then that sword could have been a murder weapon if
it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword,
Kazuma's
I kept it
father
with me
was a
ever
big
since.
murderer.
along with my memories of the friendship we shared.
I love Van Zeeks in this situation because he's
By
just
my
like,
side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
so Van Zeeks is just sitting there like, see the face of the man who killed my brother. Chick. Hey, what the fuck is my assistant doing? What the fuck? What the fuck? Father? What the fuck? You're just having this reunion now? Your memories are back? What the fuck? What the fuck?
I've made it. At last. Father.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it. But I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Kazuma-sama.
Yeah? You alright, buddy?
Ryunosuke,
Best friend?
we
Yeah?
have much to talk about. But
Yeah.
now is not the time.
When is the time, buddy?
I'll be seeing you.
Hey, Van Zeeks? Hey, Van Zeeks? What the fuck? Man?
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
And I assume Van Zeeks is like, alright, time to mask the face back up again. So he's a living afterimage of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Sogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there, some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeek's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia, too. The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. And I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. And then he disappeared. Peace, and then bye. 10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Susato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her, too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. Okay. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time.
Attraction to men.
As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter. But in many, it was the start of a new one.
Thanks, Ryunosuke. I can't believe it was Kazuma's dad! What the fuck? I just got the achievement, the demasking. Alright. Well, with that, let's Let's save over episode 1. Twisted Karma and his last bow. Yeah, there we go, yeah. The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney? The Twisted Karma and his last bow? It was indeed a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement and a commonplace killing at the edge of town. And then the final chapter, the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Whoo! Alright. But in the meantime, thank you all so much for coming and hanging out. This has been phenomenal. I cannot wait to see, like, what the fuck was Kazuma coming here to do? Like, kill his dad? Chop up his wax body? Because that's what he did. That's what he did. I'm going to study to be a lawyer. I'm going to help create a judicial system in Japan. And then I'll defend my dad from being a mass murderer? Because there's two options here. There's Kazuma's dad is a super mass murderer, or two, he wasn't a mass murderer. He was he was just the fall guy, which actually would be a very interesting parallel to the initial case of Great Ace Attorney Chronicles 1, because a Japanese student was accused of killing an English national, and in order to avoid global controversy, a closed trial was held that was supposed to just get the Japanese guy killed and arrested and put to death. But if this was a plot carried out by A. Shin, then it could be sort of echoing of what happened with the Hound of the Baskervilles, the professor case. In which case, Kazuma's dad was innocent, and Kazuma's trying to avenge him. But if that's the case, why the fuck did he cut down his fucking statue? Why did he just... Come on, get my hand. Come on. Why would he just ching, slice it in half? What the fuck? I don't understand. I don't get it. Ace Attorney is boggling my mind right now. The fact that Kazuma's dad is the guy, and Kazuma's back, and he looks pretty in his pretty outfit, and he's got abs too? Fucking shredded? Damn! Damn! Alright, here we go. Alright. Thank you everybody so much for watching. I don't think anybody's still streaming now. I could check, see if anybody wants to get... I don't think I even have any viewers. I think I have one viewer, but I don't think that's actually anybody. Yeah, in any case, be sure to follow me on Twitter for any new stream updates. Be sure to join my Discord, which you can get by typing in !Discord in the chat. But for now, thanks so much for watching. Bye-bye!